Hello! Sorry for the late-ish start. I had stuff to work on today, and I wanted to get it done before I started streaming, because if I didn't, I wouldn't get the money before tonight's pre-order. So I wanted to get that done as much as I could. So yeah. Anyway, hello. It is time for more of the Great Ace Attorney. And yes, this next part's only about an hour and a half, but money is important, especially when you need money for a new console that may get more expensive down the line and you want to try to get your hands on as quickly as possible. But I appreciate the warning for the time limit, Raph, but I don't have a time limit today. I can go for as long as I physically possibly can to get things done. You'll need those accents today. I promise you they probably won't come out. That probably won't happen. But yeah, no, I'm just gonna go until I feel like stopping, or if something else comes up. So yeah, appreciate the heads up on the timer. Who knows? We may finish up case 8 today, as you say. We get the really good parts. Ooh. All right. Let's get this shit moving. Mr. Naruhodo, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? You fucker. We have almost 8 hours left of the case, and we may go 8 hours. My hypothesis! My amazing hypothesis! You've been picking holes in it from the start! Yeah, because you're using it to fucking incriminate yourself as a murderer! Sorry about that. But you promised me! You said that you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not a murder! And you're using the accident! Doing the opposite! At the very least, do little German boy. I will do my best. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Yes, I did make you a promise. You're right. As I said, I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete! Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh. Oh, no! He's just full of energy still. You may meet someone very, very special. Ooh. I'll probably be lurking later, but I'm fully watched the rest. All good. That's what the VODs are for. You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster. Not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Barak? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster. Not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! Oh, but wait! He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as a Homo sapien anymore. Barak mentioned. Where's Balroth? That should have woke him up. Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? The boy shall be summoned. Yes, what? The machine and the demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with a firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruto, you must believe in it. Alright, Professor, I understand. Can we see the schematics? Counsel! Defendant! Prosecution's witness is ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. Make your way to the courtroom. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, wait, whoops. I was staring at my phone. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims... Should I do the Emerald Reggie quest? You can. Oh, by the way, I don't think I'll be doing Emerald Legacy, because from everything that I've found, the only way to play it is to overwrite a legitimate copy of Pokemon Emerald. And I don't want to do that. Like, I've only got one copy of Pokemon Emerald. I don't even know if it still works. It's so fucking old. And I'm sure getting my hands on another one would be insanely, like, costly. That's not how I'm playing it. Well, then, if you could send me the info on how you got or where you got the ROM, then I will consider playing it. But, yeah, from what I'm seeing, they want you to override an existing legitimate copy of Pokemon Emerald. And I'm like, fuck that. It leaves him the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. They only say that part for legal reasons. Well, then they should really make another alternative area to make sure that you can find it. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? Ba, 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 ba. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? Prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Von Zieks, I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Why aren't we seeing the forensics team yet? I mean, I know that that's probably on its way, especially if there's, like, still 8 hours left of this. But, like, you know, why weren't they presented first? Indeed they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. Is it Gina? So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. I think I got a pre-patch wrong. They're too hot to be seen. Perfect. A detective of all people. It's Gina. Prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Although it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. No, it wasn't. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been presented on the stage at present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. Witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. The fucking... Oh, there's the little German boy. What happened to his head? Hi, Gina. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. That's gotta be hot, bro. Having an active flame on your head? No. Online I got zero little German boy. That's not little German boy? I am the Imperio, the Imperator of all hot air balloons in vicinity of the Experimento. He's got a Spanish accent. Experimento stage. Z became 0. My name is William Gortrich Sigsman Ormston. I have come to see the great exhibition, as they say, from my home in Bohemia. Oh, he's Italian? He bought balloon! I am very rich. Thanks. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective. Even airlock shows agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, and I got to go up in one of them hot air in them balloons. It was amazing. He's Italian. I know she's Cockney. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to do a bunch of these. Gina again. Don't you get mad at my fucking child. She did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in the balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time, and saw the events unfold in the skies above. It could sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet. Very low. So wait, hold on. Okay, is the kid German or Italian, or are you saying that the balloon salesman is Italian and the kid is German? Is that what you were saying? Hey, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you? 60 feet. About 18 meters, then. The salesman is Italian, the kid is German. Thank you. Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony to the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Wait, the child talks first? Nope. It was an incidente terrible. I am only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Huh? There was this huge bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang in the sky besides us. From amid the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere. A cage. It fell from the sky like a stone, and it crashed into the crystal tower. A pretty lady is Cockney. How old is she now? I figure we have to have their ages. He's 33. Not bad. 47, 33. Makes sense. Masked man. Who's definitely not Kazuma. That can't be Kazuma, of all people. Who else could be? She is 18 right now. Okay. She's still my daughter, because 18 is still way too young. But still. The baby boy, he's just a baby. He's just a little guy. I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower. She's in your range, Rage. Yes, she is. A most extraordinary collective account, I must say. Can I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony I've not heard any mention until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places. Yes. Oh, yeah? When the demonstration began, a balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There was another balloon in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. The boom. When the power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. So-called bird cage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. Huh. Bird cage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I want another balloon. Thank you. I still have lots of money. Thanks, kid. Can you throw something my way? I'm gonna buy the Switch and all its games. Plenty of pretty women in this case, plenty of good looking. As long as the women are of age, I'm happy. And I know the men will be of age. Most of the time. Except for this child. Precisely who is this curious infant? By the end of the child, there will be plenty of balloons in the rafters. I hope we see them. I told you he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the exhibition. Ja, I am here in London on sightseeing trip with my elementary school. You'll have the benefit of the child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that? He took off his mask. When I remove my mask, this is what I look like. Ah, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure. Why are you bandaged? Yeah, everybody says so. Great disguise, then. Point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the fact for the courts. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the Crystal Tower where the victim fell. Ow. I'm gonna keep that bit. I'll give you some 21st century snacks and toys for some money. Please, here. You lesbianed? What are you doing, lesbianed? Hey, kiddo. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Ansem on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. His leg doesn't have the bit. Oh, when he does the little pa! No. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on this matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. All right, I'll do it, my lord. But not because you told me to. The view from 60 feet up. Hold it! There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand. Si, all 3 of them, my Bellissimi Bambini. They are very popular, senor. Is that really how you... That can't be. Is that how you just spell it in, like, Italian? That's weird. This game's got a lot of wacky AF characters. Hey, they do. You didn't say ass in my chat. What are you doing, like, censoring yourself? That's the Italian way. Alright. Did not know that. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend. £20 a month? That is my pocket money. Royals, I have all the luck. I got up to 3 for free. I did. Played the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know? Detectives have all the luck. It's actually more like Sino. Okay. And the Arrow by Brits. What the fuck, 20 pounds a month? I mean, back then, that was a lot of money. And if they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because if I have too many in the sky, they could crash into each other. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above a public experimentation stage is the most profitable. The more impresarios, they hate me. Oh, the other impresarios, they hate me. Thank you, witness. I think the court has a clear picture of the arrangement for the balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed of the incident? Right, I'll fill you in from there, my lord. I'm so proud of her. She got out of pickpocketing. She's gonna be a detective. My daughter's doing great. So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air? Yep. Ain't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Odo, being a lawyer is a mug's game. You should join the force and we can go flying together. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think? Everything! We saw everything, because we were up above it all. Oh, yeah? 4,000, yeah. That sounds about right for inflation. That's more than I've made in my life. Not more than I've made in my life, but yeah. I think that takes me about maybe 3-4 months to make. No, less than that. 2 months. Because I get paid bi-weekly. Dodgy cove climbing up into that cage, and that dodgy professor pulling all them levers. That's when it happened. That's when there was a massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that. We're describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe. You bastard, I got paid monthly. Ouch. Eh, my sister works a job that pays her weekly, so, you know, it's all up to the company you work for. I didn't know what to make of it, but then there was another bang, right in the ear. I looked around and there was a huge, great fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before. What is it, child?
Excuse me.
What's your thoughts going on in there, little royal boy? Master Guts. Does your memory have the day differ? My teacher at elementary school said that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name. Ah, yes. What was it again? William Gorsevich Sigmund Ormondson. Ormondstein. Just the 4 names, then. The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Oh, get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade. It's not. I mean, I love you, but you're not an inspector yet. You're just a detective. Companies do have to pay every time they process their payroll, but it's pretty small. Oh, yeah. Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? That is not what I saw. Oh? Ja. There was a second explosion, and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure, which is what I said, innit? 1 minute there was nothing there, and the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you have the most awful life imaginable. Damn. Are all Bohemians brought up so full of joy? I want another balloon. Thank you. Just before the second explosion happened, next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky. You don't say. A green balloon? Eh? You what? I never saw nothing like that. Well, I did. I saw it. You can't say I did it. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. It's Thursday for me right now. Awesome. It'll be Thursday tonight when I try to pre-order a Switch 2. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say it is a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police. In that case, young man, I must ask you amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. It's not the sky that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to us at the time. Did some fucking magical switcheroo shenaniganry happen? Is that what we're saying?
Hold it!
A green balloon, you say? Was there also a yellow submarine? Sorry. Are you sure about that? Well, of course I am sure. I am a proud Bohemian prince. All of these questions are making me boring. I think you mean bored. Old. Well, that one, to be fair, that one's older than me. Ugh, English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior. Ragazoo! It is very wrong to lie. Lie? Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. What? Please tell me that that doesn't mean logical. If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. No. My dear! I will have the army come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them! You don't have that kind of control. I want another one, though. Oh, here you go. Here you are, Your Highness. Ragazzo. Ah. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we should return to the testimony? Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Loom? No, I did not see the explosion myself, however. The cage! It's fallen! Did you see that actually happen? No, in reality, I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. Oh, yeah? There was a grande confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrorized by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up to the sky, all my precious balloons were still there. I saw it, though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I'm a detective now. And tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade. That's what I like to hear.
Hold it!
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? I love how Westerners are portrayed as so silly and whimsical. I mean, Western European. Well, I don't think we'll probably never run into an American here, to be honest. But yes. Was it you who gave the order to keep people away? Eh? Use your head, Odo. How could I have been me? I was up in a balloon, weren't I? Right. So because I weren't able, it was the boss who had leg it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by panicking spectators as they tried to seal up the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing. Poor Inspector Gregson. So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. I didn't really want to see, to be honest. I was scared out of my wits. Keep it together, Inspector. Prosecution really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But, yeah, what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That's what I'm thinking. Ad time. That would mean the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. 2 explosions would have thrown everyone watching into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Hey! We did. So this is a piece of the balloon. So this isn't updated at all. Do I throw the balloon On the child? I'm gonna humana. Switching YouTube is Twitch cheaper than buying Twitch. Fair enough. Actually got to sleep right now. It's almost 3 a.m. Go get sleep. Fuck, it's almost 3 a.m. Wow, what a level of realization. Take that? No. Never mind. I was wrong. The humminess come later? Yeah. Bye. Have a good sleep. Terrible and grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Do I throw the green balloon here? Because he says his balloons weren't damaged. But we have what could be a piece of a damaged balloon. But we don't know if it's a piece of damaged balloon yet, I suppose? It's a huge bang. Another bang in the sky. I'm gonna try it. That? Hey! Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said all 3 of the balloons that you had operating at the time were undamaged. See, that is correct. If they had been caught in the explosions, it would have been terrible. I wonder if you know what this is. Ah, I think it may be. See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Excuse me. Pardon. That is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It's made from a very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotz testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. Eh? Oh. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! His balloons! The balloon exploded that day. Didn't you see it? Maybe everyone's on board. Oh, no! The whole 10 pounds for the experience. Fuck, it's going too fast. Crafty 50%. Ow. The instantaneous kinesis did occur. But after the explosion on stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by the balloon, causing the balloon to explode. Yes, admittedly plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were. That is not a great way to put that, Von Seeks. Like, just, just saying, my dude. Like, bam, 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 bam. Wait. I need to check something. Okay. Cool. Phew. Sorry, I was worried about something, that's all. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Would you happen to know what Okaidan is? I don't think so. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts. Hold it! This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loom? You're suggesting that I'm a liar? Yeah. That person's died in a balloon incident? Possibly. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was the sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There is no such balloon in the sky. It is non possible. You're saying it's impossible. Why? Ow. This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day. No.
Objection!
No, this is really important. But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon. I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. And it's imperative that we clear up the issue of the phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition. Ah! Grazie, my lord! The boy is summoned. Where is he? I don't see him. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in the explosion, would be what a catastrophe. But you can't get away from the fact that a burned-up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? Coppers at the yard reckon it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on stage. Stupid is Ragazos. What is Ragazzo? I don't care. Is mistaken. My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Oh, yeah? So your assertion that the balloon this child saw is not one belonging to you. Si! Excelente! If he even saw a balloon in the first place, I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be war. All out war. I want another balloon. Thank you. What happened to all out war? The saloon certainly doesn't appear to be lying. Is he threatening war? No, V. There's no E, so it's like war, but with a V in front of it. He's too young to think about that kind of stuff. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. If the defense is unable to find fault in the witness's statement, the court must concur them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what's happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. I say nothing! You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe? Senor. I might not notice if I had given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I would make a mistake about something so grande and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here, and it clearly says a total of 3 balloons. It would appear no mistake has been made, then. Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task. What, me? I'll tell you what, I told the boss, East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss bought it and said he'd have a go himself in that case. She's a clever one.
Hold it!
It would be quite a catastrophe if it fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Oh, here we go. Are you an idiota? Sorry. It's like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. The balloon flies because it flies. What else? I thought we were going to get like a whole explanation about like how, you know, hot air rises and therefore carries the balloon up with it. And we were going to get like a little explanation and all that. He's like, no, it flies because it flies. I don't fucking understand why. Huh. Must be the Italian for I don't know. There are two types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with magic gas, I believe. What? Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Wait. No, those aren't hydrogen balloons. No. That's not a hydrogen balloon. They've clearly got the little igniter here. No, these are hot air balloons. The hell are you talking about, dude? Good lord. I do not permit smoking of cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. No, it loves fire. Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with you, senor? All that comes up from your mouth is explosion. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be. I cannot eat. Or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day. I am completely sure. But if you still say that is what happened, you must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Loon had 3 balloons in the air on that day. I think that might have been a mistake. Every time he does this, it throws me off. I think that might have been like a translation mistake, because those were... Or are you talking about it in a picture? If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? I don't remember that being called out. Oh. Do we have scorch marks on the edge? This is all we have so far by way of evidence.
Hold it!
Localization, probably. Maybe. I was surprised to find a piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah. I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. Always worked out way better diving into people's pockets instead. Don't be proud of that. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was on his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is, though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigation was going on. These games also changed dialogue and localization to give subtle hints without you noticing on the first playthrough. Yeah. Even so, I would have thought that someone at Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Cool, listen to you. Stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Pardon? Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to. I wouldn't put it past her. Come to think of it. Yeah, let's talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. Yeah? Cops of the yard reckon that it was probably some debris from the explosion.
Hold it!
There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah. Some of the coves who were watching the experiment got caught in the blast and injured. Also for censorship. Yeah. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh? I haven't even considered that. It seems that there was a great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of envelope from the balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions. Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? And sole pleasure. None of this matters. This scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niet. Niete. Position cutting the line when talking about Pearl that mentions her mother being on death row in a rather ominous way. I mean, yeah.
Hold it!
You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how it can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that the green balloon did explode above the stage. Couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on an earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some early balloon accidents that predated the exhibition? Si! Exactamente. As the senor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, Ragozo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Master Gotts? It's Master William Gotts. It was on the tip of my tongue. Ja, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear all over Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but that changes nothing. Give me a balloon. But you, if you don't have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence? What is this evidence? Give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious! What? I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I brought my whole ass camera! Smug little German bitch. I took lots and lots of photographs. Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take pictures of that? Yeah! One picture. Really? You did take one. But all I wanted was a ride in the balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Fair enough. Never mind that. Can you show us the photograph? Of course. I have them, and then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. I really did see a green balloon. There is a balloon there. Can't see the color, but there is a balloon there. Then, see? Are you all too shocked to speak? Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. I want another balloon. Ja, perhaps you cannot see it was a green balloon from this photograph, but... He bought one just to let it go. But that's not my fault, that is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. Wah! Wah! That is one Bohemian-sounding cry. Wah! Wah! Very well, the court will accept this photograph and evidence. Yay! Gimme, gimme, gimme. Shut up. Stop crying, child. I have a photograph to look at. Okay, alright. So we do have a balloon here, for one. This is happening here. Bro is still inside the cage, and the gun isn't changed position yet. Who's this? Who's this lovely little boy here? Look at him, he's so twee. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Laughs in Inga's full name. Oh no. Oh my god, guys, it's Pac-Man! Look at him go! Waka waka waka. Okay, so we got a balloon that's empty. The gun is the beam, whatever the fuck that thing is at the top of the thing, hasn't changed position yet. It's venting, so therefore is sus. Okay, all right, okay. Ignores the. I mean, there is definitely a streak of light, but I assume that was like a lens flare. Wait. No. He caught the firing of the crossbow. That's what happened. So the second he started doing the thing and the explosion was about to go off, somebody fired a crossbow at the balloon, which this one's definitely a helium balloon. You can easily tell that it's a helium balloon by the fact that it's got no igniter. And therefore somebody's in there. And thus the shoot down all your balloons line. Yeah, there you go. So, is this a fake here? And then the real guy is actually already in the balloon? In the cage? Mysteries upon mysteries, my friends. Interesting. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who makes the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. If you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I could not give a flying fig. Lovely language you picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loom's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Loom vehemently denies the possibility. It's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. Three of my balloons were carrying passengers if they fell to the ground. And an explosion was a catastrophe. Cops in the yard reckon there's probably some debris thrown. The stupido results was mistaken. My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Okay, so clearly I need to use the photo. Is it because there was no passengers in this balloon? Because there's nobody in the balloon basket, I should say. There was no one in the basket. I'm gonna try it.
Objection!
Oh yeah, I'm a smarty. Unfortunately, the photograph Mr. Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Ah, my goodness, you're right! But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See! They are for pleasure, for the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the sky above the experimentation stage. A mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. Look at his hat pulsate. There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights in Mr. Loom's patch without him realizing. The competition trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at this very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below. Alright, so them scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks, it didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of the balloon raining down. Because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention. The mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers silently floating above the experimentation stage. The photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operates by some rogue trader. Clearly has nothing to do with the case. Incorrect! Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen significant evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for the trial to be concluded. Okay, I'm gonna say this right now, and I'm sure that my opinion of them is going to change very quickly. But this actually may be the best jury I think we've ever had. Like, not only have they not jumped to a conclusion as of yet, and we're on, what, testimony 5? I think? Nobody has tried to say, oh, he's clearly guilty, or anything like that. They're listening to the facts in a way. No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. Are they? What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more that we can learn? There's more! But wait! There's more! Ladies and gentlemen, the jury waits. Please do not give your decision yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion! We can reasonably assume that this picture, the pictured balloon, was destroyed in a searing heat of the explosion. Valrath and I have a whole bit about her being a avid fanfic writer and a massive yaoi fan. Yes, the boy love. Ja! That is right, Ja! It was not my fault. What? Evidently, because the bird cage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying, and the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen instantly and explosively ignited. Wrong! No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of the alleged clue in the photograph for the court. She wishes she was there for case 1. She would have to have made it all the way to Japan. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, that leads into an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is... Okay, I hope that this works.
Take that!
That! No place is too far for her passions. The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice there is a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caused incidentally on the film. There we go. Like, yeah, no, like, you could construe that as a lens flare, but it's only one. I'm afraid I'm seeing nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear that what the nature of the bright line really is. And goodness, what is that? Undeniable. Some flash of light, yes? Oh, Kali, do you think it might be lightning? No. Couldn't have been on a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon like an arrow! Like an arrow. Indeed. Even in my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word! Are you suggesting that that this flame struck the hydrogen balloon that filled the balloon with hydrogen gas? The gas! It's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. For the record, she is Irish. Her official name is Irish as shit. Gotcha. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection.
Actually, in my opinion, a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals exactly what did happen. What evidence? Only if your jurors have official names. I get the feeling that she's going to be important later if she's got an official name. If such evidence exists, counsel, then for God's sakes, present it, man. Which evidence explains the mysterious streak of flame that appears in the head of the crossbow? We found a crossbow at the scene, Your Honor. Why didn't you tell anyone? I don't know. This was found hidden at the foot of the small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil instead of light could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately... Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Would they assume the random crossbow was important? Like, who would assume? Like, the police? Because from what I understand, they never noticed it. And not just dropped by a vendor. Who would be doing who would bring a crossbow as part of the vendor? The crossbows here! Sell crossbows here! Kill them for the hunt! Yeah, you're gonna need them for the hunt. Hey, we're hunting foxes today, just like we always do, us Brits. Get your crossbows here. Also got some hunting dogs. And the explosion of the balloon, it's a World's Fair. People can and will sell anything. That's fair. Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside. No! Damn, we got him! It's been a while since we got him. Order! Order! Counsel, this is an extraordinary suspicion. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. Yeah. However, there's an obvious reason why they would have been out of the question. How? The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all of this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponiese friend? The flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, and then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... Wait a minute. What are you saying here? I don't get it. What, was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all, or what? Goodness me. Ah, now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling was about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no going back now. The horse was bolted. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. Okay. Hold on. Before we continue into this, was this still an accident? Was the intention of how this was going to work is that a fake was put into Hairbrain's machine in order to show that dude was there, and then when it was activated, an explosion was supposed to happen in order to make it look like something had gone wrong or it just damaged the machine or whatever. But Mr. Asman was already inside the balloon on the day, ready for the event in question, where it was supposed to pop, explode, and he land where he's supposed to be. But ignoring the fact that that would have killed him anyway, because, you know, he's in the middle of an explosion, did the bolt hit him in the chest? We did see a real person get in, but that could have been, that could have just been a body double, you know? It could have just been somebody who was dressed up to look like Mr. Asman, so that way, you know, it would just appear as such. Or it was somebody else who was supposed to be in the thing, but Mr. Asman actually died. The fact is, Asman's dead, so therefore he had to be the one in the balloon. But did, the bolt, upon causing the explosion, also pierce into Mr. Asman? He's also not singed. Unless there is, traces of singe marks on him? I don't know. They didn't mention it. Anyway, let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On the stage, when the experiment is started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. And at the moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think that you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiments carried out that day. Good grief!
Objection!
Ow! This is ludicrous! What you've described is no science experiment. I have 2 packages expected Saturdays, despite them being within an hour from my home. What? Oh, yeah. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. And both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage at the Crystal Tower. At this point, just let me go get him. Yeah! If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception. Juror number 3. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. And having this other man appear on stage to front the show as a body double. Yeah, Ah, yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the bird cage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
Here's what I'm was thinking about. That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. How was he breathing? Unless he was already dead. But he didn't die of asphyxiation. He died. Well, he could have been dead from the stab wound. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. Oh yeah, that's it. Would Waluigi ever pick up his cards? Never. That's for the bailiff. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon's gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Juror number 4. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio? Von Zietz is having a bad day all of a sudden. God damn it, why did they get such smart people on the jury this time? The bailiff is going to do a rerun of Mr. McGilded. Oh no! Don't bring it into the courtroom. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render the whole obscene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of the elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Oh, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. Arr! This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Von Zietz can't credibly maintain that Professor Hairbrain is the suspect now. Hold it! Hairbrain, don't you do it. Hairbrain, it better not be you. You stupid son of a bitch! Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts, thank you. I'm here to fuck everything up again and make it so, like, I am obviously the murderer. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry? What's this all about, Mr. Hairbrain? I, Albert Hairbrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asman. Bro, you realize that this doesn't protect your hypothesis, right? If you go down as murderer, they are allowed to take your thing and take it apart. And learn about the information that you want to keep secret so fucking badly. That's the whole reason we're trying to determine this was an accident. You stupid, dumbass motherfucker. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. What? What are you doing? Good to see him fall. Order! 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 Defendant, explain this sudden confession. He doesn't understand the law. He doesn't. Professor Hairbrain, what are you talking about? It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine by making it so that I am the one who's considered the murderer and therefore lose access to my machine where people can look at it from therefore. I'm doing the right thing here. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank. Where's your proof? No. You'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it, which you're still doing by confessing to being the murderer, it'll still be laid bare and they'll be able to examine the machine. You're such a moron. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove... Barak! Yes? I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say, I swear it. So please, ensure the Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. You're doing the opposite of what would be done by the way it's been explained to us, you stupid son of a bitch. He's like, God, you're a moron still, huh? Pray forgive the discrepancy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? Giving juror number 2 plenty of fuel. That'll do whatever you say. And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. It'll cease to apply no matter what, from what I can tell. Honestly, harebrain's fucked either way. How close are we to the next, to the save point? Because I really gotta pee. Prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental to the victim's murder, any chances of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Will it? This is the end. One more choice. Pick either. I'm gonna say fucking examine it, because this dumbass would he's gonna lose his hypothesis either way. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident to protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence? Or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. I'd rather him alive and mad at me. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned Ibanese friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? There's the racism. Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice, but it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something, but what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine is in fact a conjuring trick. Ah! Oh, it was not really your choice. No, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on? Is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It is, what can I protect? Susato! Welcome back. Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Susato-san! But what are you... Ah! In court? Come on! My first Susato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out, not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Harebrain. Yes! Yesterday, you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth, too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine that you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Ow! So, you finally opened your eyes. I mean, it was the choice that I made, but Ryunosuke decided he didn't want to. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertions, don't you have something to say? Barak. Lord von Seeks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance. What? On the day it happened, just before I began the experiments, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow. Oh, yeah? I beg your pardon? Professor! The fuck?! Did the man have any distinguishing features? What do you look like? Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me. Oh, a monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. I figured he was going to be important. What? He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. The funny man! He's a man by the name of... Just gets shot by a bolt right there. Enoch Derber. Enoch Derber? Does that mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. It's not a pun, to my knowledge. When Shudakumi is the one writing, it's not always going to be a pun. It's just there's ones that are really fucking obvious. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. The magicians are in need of money. I have heard of them resorting to these underhanded tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Derber's name before. Enoch's great. Can't wait to meet him after I go pee. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Derber for you. Find him. Find him now. So it's true then. My invention, my great machine, it was just a grand illusion? Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Derber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. Ah! Juma! I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the follow. We hit 300! Do you fucking know what that means? Do you have any idea what that means? I'm stalling. Do you know? That fucking means that we get to do... You have no idea. You helped us reach 300 followers. Now we're gonna do Banjo-Kazooie crowd control and I gotta fucking beat it! Thank you! Thank you so much for getting me to that goal! I don't have any other emotes. Are you at 5? Hell yeah. I'll have to figure out how to get that set up. Yeah! Thank you so much. No, for legitimately. Thank you for being the 300th follower and getting us to that goal. It's been a hell of a ride trying to get here with like going up and then going down and then going up and then going back down. So it's nice to finally hit it. Welcome in. And welcome to the crew. Alright, cool. Alright, let's continue this so I can actually go to the bathroom. Even though no one else believed I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted. Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presumed. I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Dibber? I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Asman and Mr. Dibber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. Please, do it to be continued. It's almost time. You know what? I'm gonna snooze that ad break for 5 minutes so it can happen when I go pee. When I announced my invention to the crowd that day, it was one of the finest moments of my career. I pulled the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Derber described. And then the smoke suddenly started billowing out. I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything more. Like Dread. Yeah, but I like calling him Debrid. Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? I really wish we would just break that down. Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. So, now that we know he wasn't really involved, who are we defending? Is this more like has this just become a civil case to find out what the fuck happened at this point? It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Von Zeeks. My lord? The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in the matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Debray. Gather information about the men. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense? Yes, my lord. This case doesn't have too much to do with him. Right. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Guys, we made it through an entire first day trial without the jury fucking jumping to conclusions. Gee, that's pretty fucking rare in this game. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? I'm, I'm, I'm so sorry. You fucking better be. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. I trusted you. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry! Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. DeBur was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing? Naturally. Who's on first? That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. He had to double push up his glasses. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. You're welcome. We're gonna, yep. We're gonna talk to Susato, and then hopefully it'll be save point, and I can go pee. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruto. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I had arrived. Postcard? What postcard? Iris! I hid it from you, Runo, so it'd be a surprise. Well, did it work? I was surprised, alright? Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. She throws people she loves. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. Susie's train was late into London, Victoria this morning. You see? But we made the coachman, really whip the horses hard, so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh! Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I needed to win. Ah! So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London. Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what brought you back? Alright, this feels like it's gonna go way longer. Next time, just kiss him. Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's save all that conversation from when we're back at home, shall we? Ah, shit! I'm trying to go too fast, because the timer's kicking down. Just let me know, I've made one of my most special blends. Oh, Iris, how wonderful, I can't wait. Bam! Perfect. Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Alright, going to the bathroom. I was trying to beat the timer, but it didn't work. Alright, I'll be back. I'm back. We'll wait until the ad finishes before we pick things back up. I had a feeling. What just happened? I didn't even click anything. Whatever. It says 45 seconds left on the ad break. I touched the scroll wheel. I guess that's enough sometimes. Doesn't make sense, but you know, whatever. Yeah, I had a feeling Susato was going to be showing back up when we didn't have anybody standing in the dock with us. Because if nobody's behind the bench with us, that usually means that we're either going to get a surprise show up later on or something else. Got 3 more. There we go. But yeah, Susato back. Let's go! Welcome back, everybody, from the ad. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. It's been some 6 months, haven't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I didn't know when you might return, so I wanted everything to be as you left it. It has been some 6 months, it's true. So, is your father alright, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Migatoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying that he'd fallen ill with a very high fever of some unknown reason. That's right. So I was surprised to learn that you were coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. Right. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. Are blurps on? They should be. Why? You haven't played one. Blurp is always on. It's just whether or not it's actually capturing the sound or not. That's the difference. I don't have to turn that one on like I gotta turn on throwing system. I'm saving it for later. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we're all delighted to have you back. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. Yay! The International Forensics... That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh! You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Case 4.5. What Susato did in court. Yes, of course, I shall. And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma. Oh, you mean the masked man? Who's definitely not Kazuma? That's hidden behind the mask? But he does stand like a gay little boy. What? I know. I'll tell you all that I can. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Back in Britain! Oh. Allegedly Kazuma. It's Kazuma. Until I'm proven otherwise, he is not allegedly Kazuma. He is Kazuma. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. I'll understand in a few months. What? How much longer is this game? But, curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. The awful trial. Oh yes, the murder of Giselle Brett. Oh! You dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Oh, well, yes, since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow, amazing! I wish I'd seen it. Don't you, Runo? Yeah, I suppose so. I want to play being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe. I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're a 10-year-old nurse. Ryunosuke started paying extra attention there. At your pace, who knows? Fair enough. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mr. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in the letter that it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right, a very large dog collar we found with a bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain. I understand that's when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. And a lot of blood. There was definitely blood. Why would that be, then? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine how something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it is, then I intend to find the answer myself. I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh yeah? Oh, Susie! That's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there. I'm doing this out of curiosity. She's still 16. Lord Strongheart mentions something about that symposium, too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend. Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Jigoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe. Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say? Yes, His Excellency, Judge Shishiro Jigoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten. That terrible trial of yours, when you were accused of murder. Ah, yes. I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days. Seishiro. Unless they just forgot to update her age. Her birthday must fall between November 8th and the 24th. Yeah. I mean, I figured that she would be 17, but... Well, it was the Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy to never see that man's face again in my life. Oh, well, anyway, as Father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain, too. So, no idea why they made her 16. Japan. I won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. Oh, he won't arrive until next month. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead. Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself. I think he's hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General. The most senior position in the British justice system. He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said, anyway. Apparently it's Lord Stronghold's lifelong ambition. Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally, then? I wonder. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. And I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen too much to it. I'm trying for you. Iris was there too, but she stopped paying attention and started reading books. Giselle Brett. The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. Strongly just wants to help his country. Yeah, and I'm sure he won't end up being the main villain for the last one. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget as long as I live. Extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name that we should all forget. Sorry? Since the incident, our government's intelligence service has been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. Fuck. It didn't exist? But how can that be? Falsified records are pretty easy to factoring this time. It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. Huh. She wasn't a visiting student either. It was a front. A front? Who on earth was she then? Miss A. Shin. Not Asian. Like, Miss Asian. Like, I was more thinking like she was a Shin, like the body part. Her full name is a different pun. Yeah. Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence service has been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why, or even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense! It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. Then what could that woman have been up to? I'm sorry, I really don't know. The only thing that we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand. And now she's been killed. All the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered, for now. If we're still bringing her up, I feel like she's going to become very important in the next trial. I'm afraid so. Hey, Shin. Who on earth was she? Why do I feel as though I've heard that name somewhere? What? Was that on the list? Was that on the Telegraph list from the last game? Who were the names that were all on the list? It was Kazuma was on the list. I think Susato was on the list. Who else was on the list? How do I rank the main villain? How do I rank the main villains this game's main villains? And then Delilah and Christopher. Or Kristoff. Yeah. Kristoff was such a weird one. Because, like, that fucking devil hand thing still throws me off. Delilah was insane. Kazuma, Brett, Gregson, and Wilson. That's right. So Shin wasn't on the list. What about Kazuma? Did you know that he's wearing a mask and training underneath the Reaper right now? Kristoff was supposed to have a lot more, but it got cut. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about in the actual story? Yeah. I mean, he was still a good villain. Just, you know, good God, was his, like, pettiness and his overall plan just insane. After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England. That he died on that steamship. And that he'll never... The shit he did with Vera was what really made him evil in my eyes. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Like, his whole plan, again, was insanely petty and entirely evil. It's just like, good God, man. All the guy did was just move on to a different, like, attorney. Fuck. Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. And what did you learn? After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed on into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been? It turns out, the body never arrived. Oh yeah, I'm sure the masked man isn't Kazuma. It just disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover up the fact, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliff by our hometown. Except Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Mikotoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did, but he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. Bap-a-dap-bap-a-dap. Doesn't help that he groomed Vera from a young age for his plan by exploiting her anxieties. Yeah. Again, just a fucking really fucked up guy. Also, okay. As much as I hate to say it, I think Kazuma planned this. Now, I don't think he planned to pretend to die exactly, but I think he did intend to be separated from Ryunosuke before they ended up in London or not long after they ended up in London. It just so happened he got an out by the fact that he was shoved onto a bedpost and died. So I think that that motherfucker lived. They made a plan that he would remain dead and continue on his way to London, where he would become... Why would he want to get away from his boyfriend? Because he's got some kind of secret mission that is probably very dangerous, and therefore he didn't want to really involve Ryunosuke, probably not thinking that Ryunosuke would take his place as a member, as the person representing the student exchange. So that's my guess right now. I think Kazuma kind of did this on accident. Why even bring his boyfriend? Because he didn't realize the severity of everything, I would assume? And he had a change of heart? It's like Stroganoff and his snake. Yeah. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. And what was this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? The Kazuma mystery. What did he need someone to sleep with on the what did he need someone to sleep with on the voyage? Yeah. Thinking back on it, some of the things that happened on the SS Bruya were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be... He's actually still... Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo! It's too much to bear! No, it's true. Let him think! Let him cook! He needed his cuddle fuck, buddy. Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? Yeah. And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. Yeah. You're right. Because Sholmes has never been one to outright lie. So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us. There's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I suppose that's true, yes. The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turns out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. Oh, Mr. Sato. I know that she's given the idea the thought that it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about, after all. I did tell you the detectives are wont to lie. Oh, yeah, no. I mean, Sholmes is the example of a detective wont to lie, considering he lies in every single one of his little special examination things every single time, we have to fucking fix it. So I probably shouldn't push it now. Give her pats. Pat her on the head. Bam, 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 oh, bam. You're still taking good care of that armband, I see. I'm so pleased. Well, Yes. It feels like it wouldn't be me without it now, to be honest. Oh dear. There seems to be a thread coming loose just there. Look. I'd be only too happy to mend it for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, thank you. I must have scraped it against something again. I'm always doing that. Then take better care of it, please. It was all going so well until I ruined it. There are more than Pat's. She's 16. Mr. Zato, do you see this? You have such great expectations in your eyes, Mr. Naruhodo, but I'm afraid nothing particularly useful comes to mind at all. Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what I was expecting, really. Yeah. It slips off because it's not his size. Yeah. You gotta make it fit. So we can't move yet. Am I supposed to present stuff to her? This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it? Yes. The flaming arrow. It's quite a formidable weapon. Even if 16 is the age of consent. I don't use that as an excuse. I'm quite accomplished with a longbow myself, you know. No, really? If you were able to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm quite confident I'd hit it from the good 50 meters away. Quite confident, you say? Does the apple necessarily have to be on my head? Try going to Strongy? No, that's the thing. I can't move. I can't leave. It won't let me. I'm not allowed to leave. I'm not making an excuse. I said that they can do that in a few years, even if it's technically legal. No. It's not for me. I am literally over 2 times her age. Oh. Hi, Iris. It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hounds of Baskerville. Hound of Baskerville. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it. So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason... you knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, yeah. Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Look, when I played this, she was older. Yes, no, I understand. I'm just saying I can't say that. You wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry that I had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. Are we gonna tell her that her dad's dead? Is it finally time for that? It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. There was a large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read... Iris already knows, but we don't know that on screen yet, so... The Hounds of Baskervilles. My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time, but Father came in and... Susanto, what are you doing? Oh, Father? Did you look at those papers? No, I simply read the label. That's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand? But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan? I have no idea, but when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes' exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. There was no sign of the big box in his office. Don't worry, there's a woman older than you in this case. I can't wait. I mean, we've already seen, like, an of-age woman. Miss Dispels is, like, 23, so that works. That's really all I know about it. I have no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. 26, and it's Madame. Yeah, but her last name is Dispels, and that's why I said Dispels. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruto, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxworks Museum as well. So, you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mrs. Sato. I expect nothing less, to be honest. I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Dibder. An engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick. Yes, a conjurer of sorts, by the sound of it. Well, well known in the fields of science and magic. Then we need to go and arrest him! Well, yes. He must know the truth about behind this case, so I agree we really do need to find the man. It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. So many great things in this investigation. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective. You could say he's the link between science and magic. Yeah! Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we might need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Oh, best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you? That's what his theme is called. Ah! That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong. Now we can move. New locate. What location was added? Damn, we can't go back. Got Madame Dispels, experimentation stage, prison, justice office, Sholmes suite. I don't understand what was added, but okay. Well, yeah, let's go see if Strongheart's in. Ayo. Oh, who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart?
Someone else hear that?
Yeah, and it's getting closer. And it sounds an awful lot like...
Oh, so you didn't have any ulterior motives, huh? I wonder. I've never seen her before. God, she looks like a schnee. Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. Oh, no. Again? You mean because of Professor Harebrain's experiment? Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition? The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. No, she's better than Winter? I happen to really like Winter. Especially, like, at the end of the series so far. Because she's, you know, become more of a character than just, I listen to Ironwood and do as I'm told. Now that I think about it, Winter with her hair down. Yeah? Lord Von Seeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. Special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensics investigation team will move in and deal with the scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, huh? Fuck, she's hot. Holy shit. Don't be evil, don't be evil, don't be evil. Until later then, Lord Strongheart. Yes, thank you. God damn. What about Willow? Willow's fine. She's drunk most of the time, which is kind of a turnoff for me. Please do. I'm not going to stop you. Who was that? That was Dr. Courtney Scythe, Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensics investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering a report about the victim, in fact. Oh, I see. About Mr. Asman. Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her at the forensics laboratory. Yeah. By the way, Courtney is Balroth's favorite. Nope, mine. Right. Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. So he's not running quite as spectacularly late anymore. My favorite is the other half of the Oyakadan. What exactly is the forensics investigation team that you mentioned before? The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. And for that to happen, it is imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything that it has to offer. I first created the forensics team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Goodness, a year ago? Next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. Once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes, but London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. See, this is why he gives off villain vibes, because it's starting to sound like he's literally going to do anything that he can to make sure that he gets what he wants. And I feel like that, unfortunately, somebody innocent is going to be in the warpath. And that's just going to cause him to be the villain. But we'll see. Look, Susato, Gina, and the other half, and Emma are mine, and you can have the rest. Look, I adopted Gina, so I can't really take her as anything other than my daughter, so that's fine. Older Emma is just like... I can't say anything that wouldn't be weird. I like older Emma, I'll say that. Look at those eyes. He means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially establish the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba. Oh, yes, my lord. Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yes, that's right. I understand that he'll arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean. It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. Dr. Mikotoba! Hey, what are you doing over there with that Mikotoba? If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago, in fact. Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The... Oh, God. The oh. The punctualness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Holy fuck, does she age like fine wife? Yes, Emma? Yes. She goes from a little nerdy girl into a hot damn. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. I didn't think that you were. Dr. Mikutoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens. Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt that they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikutoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years. It's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother for those years. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for a whole 6 years. I forget. Did her mom die in childbirth? I don't remember. I feel like that was brought up. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Oh. Perhaps Father wanted a reason to get away. What do you mean? Why? Clearly something was going on at the time. That's what's being implied here. Yeah, yeah. That's definitely, he, might have lost something incredibly important and just had to get away from it all. I wanted to ask you about Lord von Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say that it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. What? Why? When his brother, Clint von Zieks, was murdered, it was just after a young Barak had graduated from the University of London to become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barak von Zieks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind. Oh my word! So, Lord von Zieks isn't the Reaper? It's the ghost of his brother? Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles. Oh yes, Lord Strongarm. Go ahead. It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible. Are you well versed in science, then? Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say that I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently. Now, special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. Within a few hours, Dr. Sly's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage as long as you touch it. Thank you! Being able to look at it is better than nothing. And I'll be able to see it too! Your time is up. You will have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement. We're extremely sorry to have troubled you when you were so busy, my lord. I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand? And he's gone. They're cutting all the trees in my town. All of them? Why? What? Did the trees come down with some kind of rot and they need to replace them? What the fuck? Maybe try the alt outfits here? Huh? What alt outfits? What do you mean? Is that something I can do? How do I change into alt outfits? They're perfect for a fair. I guess? How do I change into alt outfits? mean vibration? This game doesn't accept controllers. What the hell's it gonna vibrate? Just clearing lots. Ah. How do I change outfits? You'll have to tell me later. I don't know how. So we can go to the stage now. We can also go to the forensics laboratory. They're in the extras on the main menu, so I'd have to save and leave and come back. Eh, sure. Why not? I got plenty of time. This is on console as well. I understand that, but I'm talking about the PC version doesn't seem to accept controller support, because I've definitely tried, and it won't let me. Oh. Oh. That's fun. Only available for use in Greatest Attorney 2. Good to hear. Housemaid dress. Ooh, that's cute. What about Sholmes? Oh no. Oh god, his titties are out. No, we can't put that on screen. That's against TOS. These are nice. Yeah, we're gonna use these for now. I'm glad I didn't look at that until now, because that would probably have been like a, oh, hey, here's a guy you haven't seen before. Yeah, let's go to the lab. Let's go see my new wife. I mean, she's got a whole ass skeleton. Oh, there's blood up there. She is a coroner, so that makes sense. I believe this is it. Dr. Seitz's laboratory. The chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes here, too. Look at her, she's so cute! Looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so you may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think? What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mr. Sato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. I suppose this is Dr. Seitz's desk. I would not like to work in a place like this. It's very tiny, though, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Imagine how efficiently she must work. Lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can't be good for you. Not to mention the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Well, not if you're a coroner. Well, yes, those are valid concerns, I suppose. I can just about cope with a one-eyed Daruma doll watching over me. But that's all. His name is Bob. Well, look at this. What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carvings is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo? What skeleton? I don't know what you're talking about. Mrs. Sato, can't you tell I'm just trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? That's how I cope! I'll be sure to remember that from now on. Thank you, Susato. Owl! That looks like an owl and a crow up there. I know, and they haven't even twitched since we came in here. Well, no, they wouldn't have. It's a taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. I was afraid you were going to say that. I'm trying very hard to tell myself that they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Yes, I think perhaps you were wise to put something like your Daruma doll on display in the office instead. Can't you even handle taxidermy? Come on. It's not that bad. Is that Ghost Bob's body? Yeah. Look at all the bottles on the shelves in these cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. And these ones are labeled highly toxic. That's worrying. Because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, there actually say salt and pepper on them. And the doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. Life goes on, even when you're surrounded by death. That is it's a hell of a contraption. Tools. Tools of the trade. A table with a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, they're quite. It all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem horribly disturbing? It might be best not to ponder that too deeply. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk does make me wonder, though. How can anybody concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air? You'd either have to be a cast iron, you'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Why can't it be both? Is that everything? Oh, nope. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. I suppose they're fruit liquors or something? Or like pickled umbashi plums that we have back home? Father had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in preserving solution. Probably as examples of some rare medical conditions. Mr. Sato, there are some things in the world that's perfectly fine never to know about. Ever. Oh! So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umbashi, aren't they? Of course. Is that everything? Nothing particular? No. That doesn't mean that that's not everything, right? I guess that's everything. Alright. Let's head to the stage. Also, just a quick moment, because I'm going to go get me some more water to hold back my throat from dying on me. People. Wow. You missed something? Did I? It's not what the thing said. I'll go back. Dog! I had no idea there were so many people in the world. I know what you mean. It's really packed here today. Feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowd to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruto. There you are. I had a feeling you'd show your mugs before long. Hey, Inspector. Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Home greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning. Not you, Sunshine. The gentlewoman you so loyally at your side. Oh! Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice. He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the young trainee's doing. Oi! Get over here, Gina. She's got a pup! She seems to be busy playing with the puppy. Probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now? Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep. I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. No! Remember the pup I mentioned? Pup! Oh no, really? That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Are you gonna be posted then? We'll come see how you're getting along. Not likely. Yeah, you're welcome to try, but if you don't mind a trip to France, that is. He's being transferred to the famous Scotland Yard in France? That's what's out. I spilled water on my shirt. Now it's cold. Fuck. That was loud? What was loud? I'm confused. Was I loud? Dang or nothing. I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. That should be right up my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? Yeah, that's the way the adult world works, sunshine. Now, don't go poking your nose in where you ain't wanted. Scream pup. 'Cause it's a pup! He's a good boy! Or girl! I'm intended to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what would become of her? I suppose he's worried she'd slip back and slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruto. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it? Is that why you requested the transfer? Because you adopted her? He's saving his daughter from the Reaper. Yeah. I adopted her first, Gregson. Give her back. Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina. So don't you go blabbing, you hear me? No, of course not. You might want to prep her. I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until this is all over, at least. Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? So you heard that, did you? Right, well. Any questions about the scene, you can put them to my capable detective diva here. Where'd that dog go? Alright, here, the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now. I suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. Gina, you got a new dog, have you? Yeah! Toby! He's so tiny! His game is good. Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable. She named him after her dad. Tobias. Yeah, the dog does seem lovely. It's not, but it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. No, pick up the dog again. No! Bring him back! Alright, hold on. We're gonna go back to the lab really quick. Hold on. What did I miss? Tell me where I missed something. Because we got the desk, we got the cabinet. I tried to look at these things, but they says there's nothing of note. That's not weird. Looked at the bottles and things. Look at this. Look at those. Looked at that. Book on the desk. Oh. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh. What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. Scalpel blades can be sharpened, too. It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month. What could they possibly be using all of them for? What are you doing? Ah, she is going to show up. Ah! Hi. How's it going? Sorry, we had something we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so... So you thought you'd snoop around. That's acceptable to people, to you people from the East, is it? Fuck, she's racist. Well, what do you want? Lord Stronghold told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean. So we came to ask you about your findings, on Lord Strongheart's advice. Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. And when we're done, you must leave immediately. What you got? So you want to know what the forensics investigation team determined from its examination to the scene. Whoa. The victim, Mr. Odious Man, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion, and Mr. Asmon, who appeared moments later, part ways up the Crystal Tower, were without question one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion. But that can't be right. If it was an elaborate trick, then we can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have been made to appear as one single person and switch places, couldn't they? Sigil. Sigil? Very true, but sadly in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. Oh, yeah? Ah, fingerprints. They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system, but one day, they will be used as an investigation aid as a matter of course. Oh my, but that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place. So, where does that leave us? My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared up anything at all. It's made the whole thing more of a mystery. I mean, if they found fingerprints on the machine, it's not surprising that there would have been fingerprints, because he was involved in the construction somewhat, so they could have been left over from that, or from when he was like examining it the day before. We'll have to see. Hello? Mama, what is this? Oh, she's got a daughter. Where did she spring from? Did she just call the doctor Mama? Damn it. This is a lawyer, dear. Oh. Hello? To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Their Mama? Yes. Can I cut this one up? Oh, no. What? I've never seen inside of an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. It's the same as inside of any other person. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. And 9 of them. It's 3 minutes. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh dear, Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse! And let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. Huh. Huh. Okay. Bye, ma'am. Your daughter has some obvious interests. What? Why'd that flip? Okay, whatever. Gina. We were actually hoping we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright. If it's around here, you can do what you like. Oh, that's alright, is it? I better not miss it. Well, she's gone. I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here. Ah, yes, Toby. Oh! Ah, Pop! Machine that exploded must be at the top of the stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind. Sorry, can't go up there, Suze. Oh? It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near the wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act. Is that what you're thinking about? That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The Forensic Investigation Team. Is that what you're thinking of? That's the one, yeah! But isn't the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with you. If you're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. I'm back. Did I miss it? If you're talking about her very interesting daughter, then yes. I thought you would switch over to YouTube for that. I'm not gonna lie. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. Yeah, I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps? That's the one. Yeah, apparently he's always watching the time or something. Actually,
I'm going balls deep!
You're way late. Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. Eh? You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go see him, he waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. Wanted to play that when she appeared. You're a little late. Tragic. Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene as long as we touch nothing. Oh yeah? Honestly. Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again if it's in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, yeah? I'm sure everything will be fine. That really would be tragic. Alright then. Them's the stairs, off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina. She doesn't have any reaction to the fact that Susato's back? I mean, I know she probably saw her at the trial, but still. Her name is Maria. I see. Was she added into our people of interest? She was not. It was great, weren't it? Right, laugh. It was a new one on me. That, you know, being in court and not spending the whole time worrying about to be found out. For the record, okadan is a dish with chicken and egg, so mother and daughter. Okadan. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all of your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Odo made things hard for me every single time and all. Just doing my job, Gina. Watching someone else get it in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that Dodgy Professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. Dodgy Professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client. Yes. I'm starting wishing wasn't, though. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. What does that mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer? What was his name again? Mr. Derber. Mr. Derber. You mean? Enoch Derber? That's the one, yeah. So the police are looking for that mysterious man with the black monocle. I guess that would be. It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. It says it's giving him a headache. A gut ache. Oh dear. And I wonder if it isn't actually from all the fried food. Probably. engineer's whereabouts. So Scotland Yard's trying to track down Mr. Enoch Derber. I wonder if they had any luck. He's really funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him there. And didn't actually pinch it or nothing. Old devil's got it. Sorry. Who? You know, a scowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses of that blood-red plonk. Ah, Lord Von Zeeks. He always had it in for me at that cove. Does what he's always... don't want him always... don't what he's always scowling about, mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss, as it goes. She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. Well, the way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, you're equally bad off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. Glad that we put that one to bed. Anyway, point is, everyone in the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer. There don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. There's nothing that can lead us to Deborah at all? Dog! Tell me about dog. Pick up the dog. Where did you find the little mutt then, Gina? Oi! Don't be so flaming rude, Otto! Slight overreaction, don't you think? Ain't no mutt, alright. Toby's, do they put it? He's a good boy. Oh yeah, a bona fide detective. Sorry? I've given him a proper title and everything. Chief Inspector Toby, do you? More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? He's so good. Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now? I've heard that they've already been used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. Used in chasing criminals and such like. And they have a wonderful sense of smell, after all. Fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Sure. That's nothing compared to this little fellow, Otto. Look at him! Oh, really? According to what the boss said. Oh! Once Toby he's got a good whiff of your drawers, he could chase that scent to the other side of the world. What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim? Mr. Naruhodo, I think you may have missed the point, but by a rather large margin. I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill. It's just a little guy. I'm telling you, Otto, there's gonna be more and more dogs doing their bit for the police in the future. Yes, I agree. Right. One of these days, they'll be barking orders at us lot. Not the other way around. Oh, dear. Sorry, Gina. Don't think I agree with your vision quite that much. Well, anyway, what do you think about that? Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him down at the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out in the street. Oh, I saved him. There's the orphan she adopted. There you go. I knew she lifted him from somewhere. Oh, Gina. You're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. Pick up the dog. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned. And there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence that the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident. Poor Professor Hairbrain. I feel so sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. Someone's well and truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch. I'm a bad person. They're still up there, huh? The Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it in such close proximity with my own eyes. You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Mrs. Sato? Oh, yes. When I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck. But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower. I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly. Now we'll see. Bum, 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 bum. What is H? There you go. Whew. What a shame that a symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that. Yes, unfortunately, the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position as possible. It's God giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis. But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed on a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. Yeah, that's very true. I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Well, gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say that it was just a warning. A man must travel under his own steam, or next time bird cages will rain down on all of you. My faith is much stronger than I realized. Well, Daddy, you think I passed the entrance exams for Yuma University. It wasn't by studying alone. That's fair. I see his balloons are back in the air. Oh look, a flying balloon! I've never seen one in the flesh before. I can't understand how they can fly. And so high up as well. But think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be able to see for miles and miles. I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it'd be certain death if you fell out. I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world. Let's not forget that at least one has exploded. Yeah, but it was an intentional explosion. There's a difference. I'm sure are other ways to fly. Not yet. Not unless the Ace Attorney equivalent of the Wright brothers have shown up. The stage up there is where the experiment was set up. It's very high, isn't it? About 30 feet, I believe, or 9 meters if you prefer. Also, Okadan has become slang. That is something you could have left me not knowing, to be honest. It's about lurk time. All right. Craning your neck to see craning your neck up to see it starts to hurt after a while, doesn't it? Yeah, we need to get up there and look around properly. Although, if I'm honest, climbing all those stairs makes my chest hurt. Oh dear. I think perhaps you should exercise more, Mr. Naruhodo. A few minutes? Alright. Lead up to the exhibition stage. Let's go and see what we can find out. They still haven't cut power to it. It's been 2 days! Oh my. So this is the machine? That was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place? Oh, genius theme. It's good. Well, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at this moment. Extraordinary lengths Professor Hairbrain went to in order to obtain the research grant. No. Professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it. Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. Yeah, right about that. You never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. I like to think the little clicks in her are her jumping and clicking her heels. Oh, look at that. Lord Von Zeeks. So, I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Mr. Sato? Already? Is the Reaper, remember. We do well to keep our distance, I think. But we have permission to be here, from the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine, as long as we don't touch anything. From the top? And do you mean Lord Stronghart? Exactly. so we can stay here and stare at this wreckage as long as we like. She could have been the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have bent her steel will. Ba, 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 ba. He brought his bats. They're up there. They're soaking up the electric juices. Ba, 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 ba. What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders that have buckled and twisted in the blast. Going for a ride on the Ferris wheel. He's gotta go pick them up in an hour. And what they call the bird cage was right in the middle of it, just here. But look, Mr. Naruto, the metal grill on the floor. Yeah, it's surprisingly unsinged, isn't it? Looks as though it's designed to open. That too. Does, doesn't it? If the floor was open at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the bird cage could have dropped through and disappeared out from sight. I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there? For the record, Maria isn't insane, just autistic. Oh yeah, no. I said she has very good, very interest. Yes, I understand. Is this the bird cage? This wasn't here yesterday. Really? If I'm not mistaken, it's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the floor. That's right, the bird cage. Ah! Dark Curse! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, welcome in! We're deep into case 4 of the second game of Great Ace Attorney. So, hey, if you want to play and don't want to, and don't want any spoilers, I understand wanting to bail out. But yeah, welcome in. We'll get you a shout out. Bam, boom, bam, bam. Hey, what are you doing? Playing some Dungeons and Dragons? Oh, did you have fun? According to what the Professor Hairbrain said in court, it's made of wood. Come in! I'm going. Or more precisely, Japanese Cypress, I think. Neighborhood party, right? Yeah! Did you have fun? Were you taking part in Dungeons and Dragons, or were you DMing? And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruto? I'd understood that the forensics investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, this is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. The bird cage has been added to the court record. We picked it all up and shoved it in my pants. I've been having a good stream. Yes. We got through the first portion of the trial. Now we're on investigation for day 2. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Look at this. Is this the only damage it took? That's pretty impressive. Ah, look here, Mr. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a bit. I suppose because of the fall from such height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down onto the crystal tower below. And it fell about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. But didn't it break his vertebra? Shouldn't it have landed on his head? Is that all we got? Is just the fact that it's broken? Nothing else? Alright, nothing else. Oh, isn't it exhilarating, all the different architecture from all corners of the world? It does make me feel make you feel a bit like an explorer, doesn't it? Got a ready run? I'm hunger? No problem. Go get you some food. Thanks for dropping in. And have fun lurking as well, Raph. Bye-bye. What is this? I'm being yelled at. It's by King. I know it's all subjective, but the onion-shaped roofs have rather caught my attention, personally. It is very subjective, isn't it? Japanese buildings with their wood and paper construction have excellent ventilation. I've realized that British buildings, being made from brick and stone, are very strong and long-lasting. The more you know about how things are done in other countries, the more you understand your own, I feel. Oh yes, I do agree with you. Can't help wondering what an onion does for the roof of a building. I mean, I suppose it's playing on my mind because I don't like the taste of onions. You really ought to let your taste in vegetables dictate, oughtn't let your taste in vegetables dictate your taste in roofs, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't let the onion ruin your dooba-dooba-dabber. Look at the horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing? That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it. Makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened. It's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes as planned, aren't you? Oh no, I would never say something like that. Great. However much I look at them, I just can't come to terms with those Tamari handballs floating in the sky. You've been glaring at them constantly since we came up here. Sorry. The feeling of wanting to ride in one and wanting to never set foot in one are fighting it out inside of me. If you don't look where you're walking, you might fall off from the stage. I don't think I'd notice. That's how fiercely the battle inside me is raging. Oh no! Oh shit. I think you should make peace with riding in one, Mr. Naruto. It really would be much safer that way. Probably. Alright, Von Seeks, what do you want? Least approachable man in the world, winner 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruto. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you. Lord Von Zeeks. What? Well. Beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited. Ah, well, the thing is... Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate, on the condition that we didn't disturb anything. And yet you've managed to disturb me. Ah! Never mind. State your business, then. Come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Von Zeeks about. Not the least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this. Well, we don't know about that yet. Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo. You won't know unless you try. Your brother, Clint! So, Clint. Was the name of your older brother, I understand. Lord Von Zeeks? You Nipponese, I always have to be on guard whenever you are around. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, alright, it's a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Von Zeeks family, but tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. Professor, you mean. Is something funny? That's an extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry, there's more to it then? Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it? You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? So tell me, what's your interest in this historic incident? As it happens, Lord Von Zieks, there's a rather curious case that comes to our attention. Are you aware of Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxworks, by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that last month I featured in one of the displays there, for public scorn. And of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? A particular waxwork has been stolen from the place, and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Which... Wait, you mean... Yes, it's the Professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. I was unaware of that. He's turned as white as a sheet. You can tell? This pale motherfucker can get paler? I didn't think it was possible. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Derber, already? Surely it goes without saying. We're very keen to see him found as well. Trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside of the description of the man that we heard in the court earlier. Which, according to Professor Harebrain, was tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle. I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Wow, Sato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns. Fine, why not? Oh, I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Okay. Though it appears he already had that black monocle at the time. That one eye, it's really, really sensitive to light. What? Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in a short time, the short time available. So why shouldn't I show you the photograph? It is about Lord Von Zieks. Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. Photograph of Deborah has been entered into the court record. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Hi, Kazuma. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you. Are you alright? Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Von Zieks' apprentice, apparently. I'm not the only one. So Sato-san can see it too. Lord Von Zieks? May we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Get Kazuma-sama! Fucking knew it. Kazuma? I don't believe it. Your posture, your presence. It can only be... It's you! Isn't it, Kazuma-sama? I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Wait! Too late. What's going on here? What's your interest in my apprentice, exactly? You act as if you know the man or something. Well, since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. Fuck. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. Bro took a massive blow to the head, and they snuck him into London, and he forgot who he was. Or he's faking it. One of the two. But fucking I know it. He has amnesia? Well, he might not anymore. Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. Oh. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us? Now then, unless I'm mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Oh, yes, thank you. Definitely saw a reaction there. Susato-san called out like that. It really seemed to hit a nerve. But when she called out Kazuma-sama... Fucking fuck! You already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Yesterday, in fact. At Lord Von Zeke's office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. I know. I'm going to have to speak with him about that. You're going to have to leave now. Forensics investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems. What sort of problems? Foreign affairs problems. Well, we can do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Mr. Sato. Of course. Bam, 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 bam. So, is he at Tuspel's? My brain tells me we need to find our lovely friend. Oh my! No wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I'd like to turn on my heel and go straight home via the confectionery. Yeah, being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that. I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere. Strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxworks. Oh well, I suppose we'll have to come back again later. Oh yeah, he's not here. Alright. Bum 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 bum. Nobody here either. Prison? Who gave you chalk? What's he doing? He's... Oh my! The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations. He's still writing more now. Professor, sorry to interrupt. Hey, bud. Oh, Mr. Naruto. Who is this young lady? My name is Susato Mikotoba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner. What? None of this would have happened. What? No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Yeah, huh? Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you. I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in the court this morning. Oh no, no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot. Professor Hairbrain? What you doing? What have you been working on in your cell? Oh, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck with an idea, you see, and I simply just had to write it down. The wall was all I had at hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? Ah, no, actually, this is my autobiography. Huh? Your autobiography? How was I diddled and... How I was diddled and fiddled. You might want to work on that name. By Albert Harebrain. I found I could represent my odd fortune with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Really? I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see? So it's going to be a new serial publication from the next month. Part 1. An odd birth and an odd upbringing. Can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. I see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled. I was fiddled by a pair of them. By Asman, and by that aloof engineer Derber. Now, we're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Whenever we're done with the investigation, I'll be wrapping up. Everything I believed has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There really was no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public. No, of course you didn't. But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. Oh, Professor. He believed in me this morning, you know. Barak did. He believed in my hypothesis. Now I think that it was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Barak wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he? I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. Oh yeah? After the terrible incident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I've dealt some kind of finishing blow here. So, if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barak, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. And in this case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Exactly. Which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barak insisted that it was my that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit into the kind-hearted soul idea? The kind-hearted soul... Alright. Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say, that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. I looked over the papers I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so empathetic. But in reality, he was a mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic, It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. The scale of it, it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. Very young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal, but none of us have any money! We want to do research, but we can't afford it! Many of us have taken on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool. It's too rotten to believe. It is. I agree. And that's why we have to find those reasonable and... find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course. Which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Derber. About Derber. What do you know about Derber? Is he an engineer or a magician or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Derber to meet me in my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. At no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist? Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He has a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. There's no question that the man is a genuine scientist. It's insanely apparent in conversation. Let's see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. There were no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts? I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine. Nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. What workshop? There was an enormous fabrication laboratory where he constructed my great machine. Oh? Where is it? Why didn't you mention this before? Nocturne's workshop. There's every chance we might find a man there. You goddamn motherfucker! So you've been to Derber's place of work, then? Ugh. Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? We have to go there at once. There's a good chance we'll find Derber there. Well, yes, definitely, I'm sure. As in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry! I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way. And that wasn't suspicious. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. The place was incredible. The pinnacle of modern engineering. Even the oil he used was the very best. A special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formulas and use that. What do you think, Mr. Sato? The machine for your next birthday? Never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. Do you suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card from Mr. Dever, for example. Man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. I'm sure. Ah! Yes, I do! He gave me a business card once! It's right here! Look! Oh my god. What? Let me see that! Throw etiquette out, to the wind, why don't you? Enoch Derber, engineer. I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address. No? Oh well. I can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Gimme, gimme, gimme. No. Doesn't have a watermark. It's got a watermark. This dark smudge here. I think perhaps it's machine oil. Yeah, possibly. Professor Hairbrain mentioned something about the oil Mr. Durbin uses, didn't he? He said it's especially imported, very high-quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. That's right, but more importantly, it's more fragrant than the finest perfume, so excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that it's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Do I need to go back to the lab? So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. Are there such impertinent Easterners around? Terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince words, does she, Mr. Sato? I think perhaps it's time we left. Alright, so presenting that to her was not the right move. Okay. Can I? Yeah, I can't present. Maybe it's time to go back to Sholmes? Nope. Okay. Where am I going? What am I supposed to do? Where's Iris when you need her? Maybe I show it to him? Is there would you make a list? Nope. Lord Chief Justice? Nope. Hey, Betty. How you doing? Where the fuck am I going? Not here. Not Sholmes' suite. Not Lord Justice. Not the prison. Can't go to the prosecutor's office. Can't go to the stage. Not Madame Dispels. And not the forensics laboratory. What the fuck do you want from me? Okay, about this, Gina. I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know 80! So if it ain't too much bleeding trouble... actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Okay, so we'll show it to a cop. How come? It's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out to be a very high-quality French machine oil. And it's a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff, then. You sure? Nah, I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean you should smell it. Dog! Oh, right, you mean Toby. Dog, give him the sniffies. Come on, yeah! Since the smell is so good, he can track people over the ocean, can't he? Professor Hairbrain informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Durber's workshop. Yeah, I have a sniff. Oh, he's getting the scent. Yeah. I think he's picked up a scent. So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy Co's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. Dog. All right then. We'll have a go at it. I'll just borrow that. What? Wait. When did you? What's a pickpocket? If I can lead everyone in that to that Derber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted. Poor Gregson. Right then, Odo, leave it to me. Sorry. We're gonna get going after that dodgy engineer's cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty up there all the time. I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. Ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss. Poor Gregson again. Yeah. The character's design is great. Right, Toby? Got that oil sand heavy? Come on then, boy. See you later. Be careful. I do hope the scent of the oil leads them to that swindler's workshop. He's the guy they know. He's just a little guy. Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Yeah, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Derber. I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet with him again after all these months. Yeah, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We ought to find him at Madame Dispel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxworks exhibit. Another game with Sholmes. This is the second game with Sholmes. Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual venture. Big stretch. We should be wrapping up this investigation pretty soon, and then I can be done. No, I mean games that once Holmes always use Sholmes. That's because I believe Holmes is still trademarked. Here we are again, at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't gotten used to this place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heel and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course. I know, but I mean, it's funny how many games. I mean, you know, this is when you don't want to pay the trademark. Sato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she? Eh! What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruto! Look at that waxwork! I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. There he is. Looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes, and down to the very last detail. Aha! What is it? Oh, sorry. I think you'll find. That's the temporary waxwork himself. Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Oh yes, hello again. It's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I must say, I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. Ooh, does that mean we can see it? You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes is really can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. So, as you can see, he's returned to his habitual duties. Yeah. His habitual duties? Alos. Do not disturb, huh? But I want to disturb. Poor Susato. She looks very perplexed. I want to see the doctor, the professor. Ah, yes, the heavy curtains in the middle of House of Horrors. Yeah, whatever's on the other side of them, you just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? The sign says that it's Madame Dispel's special exhibit. It seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know! Can you believe that? Pay more money? As if we haven't been scared enough already? It's not my doing, Mr. Naruto. Damn. I was hoping we could open it. Alright, Sholmes, wake up. We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes, and I'm longing to say hello again. Where is he? Where indeed? I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually. Oh, what do you... Indeed, my dear fellow, is it I? The world-famous great detective and waxwork Sherlock Holmes. Susato's dead! She killed him. My most humble apologies. I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment, via London. My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point. As long as it's not of a questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? Merely a secret identity, you understand, though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. I only saw him for like 1 second and I sort of like him. He's fun. He's a fun character. A little annoying when you first meet him in the first game, but he grows on you. Though I confess, I have yet to partake in a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today, for that matter. Hunky. And stomach rumble echoed around the whole museum. So, how did you manage to solve it so quickly? Ah, well, do you remember I said it was largely solved? Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprits. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone? Oh yeah, it's the most modern invention, allowing you to hold the conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as of yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned. That's amazing! Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yes, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But what does that mean? Your negotiating was entirely unnecessary? A fact that I must ask you keep from Madam to spell at all costs. The hungry young Iris awaits my return at Baker Street after all. Poor Iris. Now then, do I sense that you have some business with the Great Waxwork? We do. I'm hungry right now. I just want to get through this stuff. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. Oh. Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Derber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine. A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. Now, we really need to locate him before the trial resumes, tomorrow morning. But we've had so few clues to go on. That's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas? I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of the man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help. Derber's appearance. Unfortunately for you, however, presently I'm a little occupied myself and a little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it. But I get the feeling he's gonna freak out. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder. And you examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed. And wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Asagi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known that at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in that murderous atmosphere at the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless. I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I could believe that the crewman present at the time would make a mistake. But not you, Mr. Sholmes. Well, now, tell you something. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes. Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that's all I can say. Yeah, I didn't think we'd get anything out of him. It would have been nice, but I knew we weren't gonna. Anyway, you wanted a picture? There you go. Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over to this photographic print? It's Mr. Enoch Derber. The face of the engineer we seek. All Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive. Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You turned quite pale all of a sudden. It's his brother. I bet you anything. I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me? Oh, well, what is it? As I've explained to you, when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned, and I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh, yeah, the Professor exhibit, isn't it? Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings, that's a special, one-time only price, you understand. What? The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Would you like to see the fruits of my labor? Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone? The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it well worth it. Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes? Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is a seriousness or silliness. I can never tell with you. That's the point. The professor looks like... The professor looks like Derber, doesn't he? If he does, I'm gonna be so mad. Very well, it couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings. Gratefully received. So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse at your leisure. Well, the money's been spent, so let's go see the special exhibit. Through the heavy curtains at last. $5 shillings we've had to pay, and it doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills. Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Yeah, is that what makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in that list, I think. Yeah. Open the curtain. Fucking open the curtain. Inside special exhibit. Oh dear. I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here. Mr. Sato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already. True. I just noticed the owl in the background. Actually, now that I'm looking a little closer, he's missing him head. I paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detectives is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said that the case was largely solved. Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied that there would be a clue about the engineer in here. Didn't he? But where? Since we paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? Yes, we will get what we paid for. Is that fear or frustration? It's making Susato-san's voice tremble. It's part of the exhibit. It's just disturbing as the rest, and it looks so real. It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat. He has a large shovel in his hand, too. Look. Perhaps we should investigate a little more detail. Hey, look! He's got a black monocle. Can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps it was I just... Oh! Do you think you should be manhandling the exhibit, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Ah! What on earth? How can... I don't believe it. A black monocle! Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is... Yes. Yeah, it's Enoch Derber. The color of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. Was he the professor? Indeed it is. Hey, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes! This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? And why does the convict behind him have no head? The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it. What a surprise. So then the case isn't solved yet, is it? Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations. Do you know, though? Something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the display in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mr. Sato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable, but this one? This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it? I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Oh, okay. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one of them being either a member of the aristocracy or the royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. The Hound of Baskervilles? Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful! After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the The professor was tried in a closed court. No member of the public were permitted. Closed court? So you mean the professor's identity? As you surmise, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave in Lowgate Cemetery, which adjourns the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh! The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. So they didn't finish the job. Came back to life! He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events. There was a witness? But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat. Enoch Derber. He saw it happen? The hell, was he grave robbing? The fuck was he doing? So, this is a waxwork model of Enoch Derber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor, having been exhibited and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness of this unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say that he was about 20 years old. It's so horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Derber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. As shown in the photograph that we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on the front page in the Capitol. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly, but what I don't understand is a thing I didn't read. Is what Derber was doing in the first place, in a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yeah, what was he up to? Work almost over? Alright! He was gonna dig up his body. Professor's act of terror threw London's upper class into complete panic 10 years ago. Haven't missed the funny, thankfully. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest level of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abound. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Yes, I can imagine the impact the case must have had. But in time, of course, the rumor abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness accounts of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. But why did people stop believing it? Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. What do you mean by no resurrection? Nobody truly cares about tragedy. You. You what? Until it happens? Unless it personally affects them. There you go. Police investigated the grave at Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. No! That would mean that Mr. Derber must have lied to the police in the newspaper. That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Derber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Is that it? Okay. This must be the killer, the fiend known as the Professor. Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tuspel said, he killed 5 victims and all of noble or royal blood. The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place. I know. Yeah, it looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? Yeah, if only it had its head. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. So this is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine? But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost? Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Mr. Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see? Then perhaps Mr. Sholmes absentmindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum? And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been a reason why only the head wasn't returned? No, whatever the reason. It means that we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket here. What? Whoa! It looks like a piece of broken glass, and quite a big piece, too. It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say. Wait. What? Huh? Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from, I wonder? I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength? But why? Well, perhaps because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as a big building, for example. Well, we've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken, too. You don't mean... Exactly. The Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition. But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside the waxwork's jacket? It makes you think, doesn't it? And it certainly fucking does. Was the professor an odious man? Was it odious man? Was it Asman? Was he the professor? And fucking Derber was tricked into helping him, but also knew like he was alive and shit and wanted to get rid of him, so he shot him in his own little thing. Is that what's happened? Is that why there's no head? Is that why there's no goddamn head? Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. Yep, that we fucking did. This is a piece of glass. It's almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such a thick skin. There really is no need for such a comparison, Mr. Naruto, as well you know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It's probably made especially to meet the demands of the great structure. Now we've discovered this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence? I don't think so. Is there anything else to look at on here? Any particular note? Am I gonna miss anything? I think I'm good. about this. As you will see, I'm rather busy at the moment. I assume to open office tomorrow. Threepence. Okay, where the fuck am I going now? Lurk is over. Welcome back. Prison? Where am I going? I don't understand. It's not the experimentations page. It's not Man's Hustle. It's not the forensic lab. Did you get the card from Hairbrain? I already gave it to Gina. So, and she's on the case of hunting him down. That's why Gina wasn't at the experimentation stage. Nope. Is it now time to go to the Shome Suite? Nope. I don't think you fully spoke to Sith. I tried speaking to her again and she told me to fuck off. Oh, wrong place. Because she was actually the first person I took the card to. Ah, shit. Yep, she's still marked as checked off. Can I go back up the experimentation stage, or am I not allowed? Well, hey, wait a minute. What if I do this? Nope. I think Gina is meant to bust in at the wax place. Is she? Well, then what did I miss? Part of the exhibit disturbance shows this young man in a white overcoat, and he has a large shovel in his hand too. Maybe I didn't get all the details on him. I checked the guide, but I'm driving. It's fair. What's this here? Well, this would appear to be the lens in the middle, so I believe it's probably a camera? A camera? But it's so small! British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Shome's skin prints? Camera. I think perhaps that you should treat Mr. Shomes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would a man be in a graveyard at night with a camera? I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment of a dead body he came back as a ghost on film? We'll just borrow this for a little while, I think. Okay. By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken. It's a photographic plate. It's a piece of glass coated in a special emulsion. Grave robbing. That's what I think he was doing. That reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover on the back of the camera, we should find it. Now, let's have a look. You see yourself, Susato-san? Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Hi, Gina. What a blame, Nora, Odo? What have you gone and done? What are you talking about? I ain't done nothing. Oh, look, the cover came open. Yeah, so now there should be glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph that you want to take, you see. Is something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. Ah, what a pity. And I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time. Just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh yes, you're quite right, of course. Of course it's not the sun. She looks devastated. How close are we to being done, by the way? Because I really want to wrap up. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh, yes! Everything mechanical I find is absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible. Surely? Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells me the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up on having a watch. We have one more place. Oh, fuck. Or Professor Migatoba. You know, I backed out. But, I noticed something as I was backing out. It's just like me for real. You know, I was like, hey, that's a really funny design going on the side of this thing. No, it's blood. That's blood. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows, just there. Seems to be some dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. What? I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. The details of the camera have been updated. There's blood on the bellows. Okay, glad I noticed that. Gina, what are you doing here? I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so... Gina, not so loud in the museum. The spells will have you take a position as waxwork if you're not careful. I think there might be more pressing concerns. I still had some flesh powder left from 6 months ago, so... Alright, Gina, we understand, but please, put down the gun. She's made. Sorry, I got scared. You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So, what brings you here, Gina? What brings me here? What do you think? We found it! We found that Dodgy Cove's workshop. What? You found Derber's workshop? Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag. So come on. Here's the address. Got the boss to write it out. Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once. Alright then. See you there. I'm so proud of her. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still. It's his worst nightmare. I know my place. In the exhibit over there. Oh dear. Someone is feeling sorry for himself. Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming. Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would... Forget it! I'll pay for everything. Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once. I'll offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then. I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. Right, let's go. He's a very good pupper. He's got another one. This one looks more legitimate. This looks like... Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Indeed, it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally. So you got here then. Gina, well done for finding this place in such little time. You've really worked miracles. Hey, it's Toby here, who's the miracle worker.
Yeah!
I thought you lot would show up before long. Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He is not happy. Looks like he's eating a lemon. Not a bag of fish and chips. So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly not. We didn't find a soul in here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us a chance to investigate. What's that I see out of the corner of my eye in a red quiver? According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned in. I wouldn't say so. I wouldn't want to say so. Oh, I wouldn't want to say go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I? Thank you. Anyway, if you're open to snoop around here, I get cracking. Von Seeks and the forensics team are on their way here as we speak. I imagine you've got the picture by now. Hey, don't take too kindly to the lawyer types. Right. So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. That you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxworks model. Right then. Let's see what we can find here. I'm sorry, Mr. Haruhoda. That machine is covered by the Special Dispensation of the Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government. What? Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think it's just these two, Mr. Sato. This is a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, these. And just the right size for the bow that you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words. Yep, there's more evidence to support your theory. All goes to show that Durber was the one pulling the strings behind the scene of the whole scam. I belong to Enoch Durber. Okay, it is important. It's like it's a turned over trophy. It appears to be this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. No doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with it, your arches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah! Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine. Thank you. But do you have the moves like Jagger? No, I've only got the moves like Durger. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. I think it's becoming increasingly clear. There's much more to Mr. Enoch Durber than conjuring tricks. Couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Would you like to take it with you? Or your tired shoulders, of course. He's not gonna let this go, is he? It's curious, though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly displayed somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. Never has the moves like Jagger. There you go. English gentlemen can be quite mysterious at times. If we put it in the inn. Logged into the inventory. There's a metal plaque here, look. Fostering begrudging talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? Clearly, Mr. Derber really was very talented scientist. Alright, I guess that's it. Okay. This door doesn't want to open. It looks like it's got some pretty hefty lock on it. And there's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you. Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that. He does have that little smirk on his face. Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side. Well, Derber must have fled at the first sign of danger. Or he's, you know, hiding. Oh. Something wrong with Susato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, do you hear it too? Yeah, I heard him and all of it. What do you reckon, Toby? Oh, whoa. Alright, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. Oh my. Someone is in there. This rotten bleeding luck. My dear Gregson, as I only said a minute ago. If there were any countenance, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine. I'll take the rap for it. Just get through the... There. You may enter at will. That was way less than a minute. You confused a minute with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you will seek. So be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes. Sword! There's a bomb! Oh, that's not good. What happened in here? Hey, there's a bomb. Why is everything upside down? There is a bomb! Rats. There ain't no way here after all. But there must be a bomb! It's only moments ago when we heard the noise. Maybe it was the sound of Derber running away. There's only one door into this room. And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high, and they've got feet prints on there. There's shoe prints. What's that up there? Oh, look, a green balloon, too. Are they footprints on the ceiling? Hey, by the way, there's a bomb! Blow me! It's gonna! What do we have here, then? There's a bomb! It's a bomb! What the fuck is happening? They're trying to burn something in a hurry. This looks like a set of blueprints. What are they? It's that Professor Harebrain's Barbie machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, we'd have had no need to muck with trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here, too. A bomb. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of the pillar. A rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruto. You must investigate the entire room thoroughly before the forensics team arrives. Yeah, I'm curious about that one too, Sholmes. Why has no one noticed? Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruto. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. That explains the lack of reaction. Yeah, it looks like a bundle of... Ah! Mr. Sato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? What did you say? Time bomb? Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly? It's a bomb that runs on time. You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruto. I won't take that as a compliment. You don't know nothing, do you, Oda? There's a time bomb in the room. Do we really have time to point out the fact that Ryo doesn't know shit? Like, I feel like this is, you know, can be done later. You haven't got a clue what it is, either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult the dictionary later, Mr. Naruto. But this particular specimen is not a time bomb, though I confess it is very similar in appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness, but then what is it? A bomb time, one might say. I see. So that's it. Goodness, Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. He immediately disarmed it. Thank God. For I am fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Sato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Once again, I can draw two conclusions. Oh, no. I thought we were close. Alright, well, before he does his thing, I at least have to go piss. I'll be right back. Alright. Let's get on with the deduction then. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Derber himself. Oh, but how could you... And the second conclusion is the small device on the floor here is, without question, completely genuine. Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it's a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Oh, that's a face. Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you've deflected the inspector's glare with such with such fortune there. What? Oh, fortitude. My bad. Mr. Jones, well done. She is still enamored. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate the great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Mr. Sato. Oh, yes. I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present is logic and reasoning spectacular, where I lie my ass off and make you fix it. She's been gone for 6 months, so she forgot the bullshit. Well, she's about to remember. No! Oh, thank God. Okay, cool. I was worried that the costumes were going to carry into the deduction, but thankfully they did. It's plain to see that this room is a complete disarray. The bed, the table, the chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down to the floor. He's not gonna... Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. I feel like we would have heard a lot more sounds if that was the case. He's about to, to do a duo walk. Look at him go. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pool of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! I don't think so. The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part of gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Sato. I, too, was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. The anti-gravity device, almost identical to the one that fucking I hate so much. He has the world and come on. Almost identical to the one that that featured in the dream of mine only the other day, in fact. But then why does it have a clock on it? The most relevant question indeed. It is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There's clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion that we heard earlier was on the other side of the door was the moment the restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. Don't let him touch you. Don't touch me, Holmes. So, you see, we need to look no further to explain the state in which we now see this room. The direction of the gravity axis in here was reversed by Mr. Derber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Now let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? To blow everything up. Indubitably, the greatest clue that we have to explain his action is above our heads. Yes. How is it possible that there are footprints all the way up on the ceiling? Come on! Surely horrifying ability. Jojo. Question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylights. Of course, Derber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, expecting the skylight, that is. Ah. Whee! By inverting the gravity in here, Derber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. Like the Paul McCartney song. Yeah. Ah, that's disorienting. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If gravity reversed all of a sudden, wouldn't Derber have fallen up to the ceiling rather than violently? Falling up is both scientifically and Philosophically, a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Derber was able to escape this room before we arrived. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again. Now, just for fun. Don't touch the bomb. Oh, it's okay. But don't touch the bomb. This concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Thy legacy. She's just playing with a dog. She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there's just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. Thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with a man's current scientific knowledge, at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. So no. But your whole deduction hinges on it. Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, however improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more endearing pearls of wisdom. You can find a pre-patched ROM and put it into whatever emulator you want, even if you already have an Emerald ROM. You put a pre-patched one in and it won't replace it. Okay. Yes, I have a feeling I've read into something that Mr. Sato wants. Actually, there is one more thing, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the spell's broken at last. The rope you found on the floor, wasn't it? Was on the floor. Indeed it was. And in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Derber had used it to escape in the way that you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mystery's inevitability unravels in the end, as I think you'll find no ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of a rope. I think perhaps we need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure that with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. We must do it quickly before Enoch Derber gets too far away. If you're ready, let us resume. Herlock Sholmes' reasoning thing. You might. Mankind had long defied gravity. It's called catapults. Yeah. Here we go. It's plain to see that this room is completely in disarray. And the bed and the table and the chair, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if an item in the room had recently been happily positioned on the ceiling, therefore before falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room on the ceiling, are you suggesting that? Indeed, the key here is gravity. But if it's and you'll never reach the truth. What? I don't know. It's technology in the sense. Is reversed and then restored. Goodness! And inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth. Here we go. I think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation. The man himself admitted that it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once. Oh, that's usually merciless. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Sato. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. I need to watch JoJo to understand me. I can't get into JoJo. I've tried. It just does not grab me. Well, let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proofs that show exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Okay, so the safe is bolted to the floor. Ah, look, Mr. Sato. And everything seems to be upside down in here. The safe is conspicuously the right way up. Yes, that's true. But look more closely at the safe's feet. Ah, that's a lot of very large bolts fixing to the floor. I think before you speak, that's what you wanted to say, isn't it? I really put my foot in my mouth there. Certainly didn't say that. I don't really understand, but okay. I feel like the large safe is the option. Oh, what's going on here? Well, I wasn't expecting to find a pretty bunch of flowers in here, that's for sure. Ah, look at that! I know. That slender little vase looks like it's about to topple at any moment, but the flowers are thriving. Somehow it makes you think of the fragility of life, wouldn't you say? Let's be honest, Mr. Naruto. Something else about this is rather... it made a rather deeper impression on me. Okay. Everything else is flipped. The vase?
Take that!
The vase! I'm glad I went with my second gut. Oh my god, I didn't know he had a little mouse on him! Oh my god! He's got a little guy! Look at him! The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruto, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? It's Chunosuke. Yeah! No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though, it appears that at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly and unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. I want to see the mouse. Turn your shoulder towards me. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, gravity in this room was never inverted at all. Ah, he's right. Ah, look at him. He's in a little. He's in Ryunosuke's normal outfit. That's so good. I see that when I was looking at the bottle before. Ah, that's good. My deepest of sympathies for your loss. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. Don't cry for him. But the show must go on. So let us continue with our deductions. Bomb. Now that we know that this contrivance is not, in fact, an anti-gravity device, there remains one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery left to solve. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Look at that mouse! Quite. And naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything here is turned upside down is because of the not anti-gravity device. It's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't it? I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it is must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Now, let's look around and see if the answers present themselves. Bam, Okay. Oh, look, there's something written on the underside of the armchair. Ah, yes. Safe 432582. Safe? As in safe and secure? As in safe, secure lockable box, I think. Admittedly, I don't know what he said. Well, there's a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room, so yes. So, you mean this number would let us open it? I wonder why it's written here, though.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, here. Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of the book just in case. That's it. For people are forgettable souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would have been more sensible, I think. And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came around, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in, and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it! For people are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know? I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. But I believe I've proved my point now. Poor man. Which is a very similar scenario that has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed a combination code. He remembered that he'd written it in the underside of a piece of information, but forgot which one. Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Derber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Now let us consider the next conundrum. Now, what was our engineer friend's aim? The greatest clue is explained above our heads. How footprints get there. Well, you see, you switched the room around. The reason the footprints is the nearby skylight. Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just became even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life is so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was a minute ago. I think Best Buy has a midnight pre-order. I'm gonna be throwing mine in online as soon as 12 o'clock rolls around. I hope I can get one. Never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area more in detail. Putting faith in Mr. Sholmes. It is what gets us into these situations in the first place. I'm going in person? Yeah. It's a big balloon. It's a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it seems to be a real balloon. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium is keeping it up. Rain gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me? If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look. Oh, yes. Surely that's the clue, isn't it? No, what it tells us, I'm not sure. Wait. Huh? Oh. He also lost a shoe. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe in up there. Look. Oh, yes. There are more footprints on this little balloon too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think? If so, then judging by the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up the ceiling, though? Oh dear, that's beyond me, I'm afraid.
Take that!
Fuck. Being able to fly freely in the sky, that's been mankind's dream for centuries. And of course, the balloon is the invention that made that dream come true. Mr. Derber, clearly a man of dreams, used the balloon to ascend to the ceiling and plant his feet on the roof. I take no pleasure in delivering bad news, but the undeniable truth is, that's clearly too small. What? I knew you were gonna say that. Oh, my dear fellow, that was, then you are twice the fool. If someone could fly with such a small balloon, why would anybody ever manufacture larger ones? I despair your lack of common sense. This really hurts. I mean, if I thought it was a strong enough balloon. Those footprints in the ceiling really are the puzzle, blah blah blah. Really hard to believe that the two are unrelated. But perhaps we need to approach it from a different angle. So is it the shoe?
Take that!
Don't understand why that's different. Whatever. The reason for the footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon, It seems somewhat familiar, Data. Ah! It was a piece of green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. The inside of the green balloon at Master Guts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used that day, there is a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. He's little. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway. But the balloon's out of reach. Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely, a shoe. Most probably, Derber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assaulting it with a shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of its lofty heights. I don't know, I can reach that basket. Oh dear, we'll desperately need to examine that balloon. If only there was some way we could see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier. Oh, the rope. It reached the intended destination, but what better tool? Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground. It is much easier said than done, I feel. It could just take a very long time as well. True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Do we? Well, I mean, yeah.
Take that!
Okay. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than a crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact. In all likelihood, belonged to Mr. Derber. If the man had brought it away with him that day, he could have avoided losing a shoe in such a critical time as this. Is he in the safe? I feel like he's in the safe. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Derber has hidden inside the balloon? Bam! Pop! Took you long enough. I had a feeling the whole time. Ah! Oh, it's the head of the prisoner. What the? A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment. Is that the head of the waxwork model? Pretty fucked up way to treat a prisoner, don't you think? Does that mean... Oh, goodness! It was probably to keep his identity secret when he was being moved around. I see you've joined the dots, Mr. Sato. Excellent. Of course, the headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous Professor. It was, but they kept it on. Yeah. Yes. But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the Professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it, Santetit, I don't know how to say that, earlier today was none other than Enoch Derber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Derber's workshop. We found the head. Bump, bump, we found the head. Well, there went the deduction. Oh, we're back. Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. Hold on. Wait. I want to look at the head. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Lock. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if you put it on. A terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. So no head. No head. What? Wait, huh? There's latches on the sides. And that all that remains is yes. Yes, to speak with the architect of the adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Derber? It seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction. Enoch Derber is right here, somewhere in this room. So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Derber's hiding place must be the...
Take that!
Before we gained access to the back room, we heard noises from in there. Which tells us that the engineer is still in the building at the point in time. He was, in fact, searching for the combination of his safe. And, pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Derber is at this very moment inside the safe. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Solved. Oh, fuck. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide-and-seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see. The combination was 4, 3, 2, 5, 8, 2. I knew that! Alright, then here goes. You got him a metal arm. found me. What the fuck is this animation? You know, it's not the first time that we've had a Clockwork Man. He has the moves like Jagger. You right. Alright then, sir. Mr. Enoch Durber, I presume? Oh, correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Hairbrain with the bogus machine you built. And you shall have to explain that theft of the waxworks from Madame Tuspel's as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate? Your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in the most prominent position. Ah! Ha ha ha. I see. Stunned in silence. Oh, you got a face. Look at that. You'll be gearing up to die with me then? No! Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare, that was too close for comfort. He didn't. he didn't. He had not done it yet. That was too close for comfort. I got 1 foot in the grave already. Are you trying to help this get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Sholmes' deduction can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellow, that was a close shave. The resemblance of an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist. Whew, I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. You're gonna find yourself on the other end of a flip. How much longer do we have? Ah! Okay. This is never explained. Just a little. Okay. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over. Don't you worry, Deborah. What fails to click with me? You speak to him, someone arrives, done. Cool. This is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard the whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? That would have been me. Oh? For some reason, I woke in a fine fiddle today. No words. I just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. We also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I had to set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. They never explained this, the cyborg stuff. I think he's just like, he has fun acting like a Clockwork Man. And he probably does have a couple of prosthetics that he more than likely made himself. The burning and burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you have failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe. Having first set that parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Got a death wish, have you? Hiding right beside a ticking time bomb? Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside this safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So, in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. Ah, so it is. I'd always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I guess I wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up? No. That was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. Ah. I calculated the time required for retreat to be a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner into the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? Yeah, you got something, alright. Sholmes knew he had time to play. I guess so. I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents that you evidently have been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the Waxworks model you stole, which this head belongs to. It's no ordinary head, you know. It's the head of the Professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I am unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering... That's enough! Hello. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction of the to investigate here. Yes, well, Dr. Scythe again. So the forensics investigation team is here. You know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer to access him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, there's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. I knew they'd have a history. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? They're both forensics experts. Of course they know each other. If it's protecting the machine next door, that's causing such a sour expression on your face, yeah, you're quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell. You get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? It would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigation has run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes! Let us leave this place to the doctor's capable hands. I said get out, now. All of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. I'll just say one more thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set in here. That this lot disarmed. Spectre. Something giving you the chuckles, has it, Derber? So sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Eh? Or you... that one? You mean... Oh. How? Like, not... not how did they... how did, he get it in there? Obviously, he built it in. How did the fucking forensics team not find it? Weren't they spending most of the day looking over the goddamn machine? Wow. All right, so the forensics team sucks. It was an hour later when we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage on the Great Exhibition. Professor Harebrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. They weren't there yet, but we were kicked out especially because they were about to arrive. And that was like in-world hours ago. Alright, whatever. I say progress. They only just got permission, as Strongheart said. Yeah, but they were supposed to be like on their way when Von Zeeks kicked us out. So it's just weird that nobody had gotten there yet. Whatever. Anyway, we are gonna call things here for today because my throat hurts and I want to get some food. So I don't know when next will be because I kind of want to. Tomorrow I want to do some more async stuff, so expect maybe to continue on. Expect to continue maybe on Friday or Saturday, one of the two. Let's see who's streaming. Who's doing some streams? Who's doing? King's just gone live with shiny hunting. Yeah. Ah, fuck. Let's get you on over to King. He's doing some. He's trying to get that shiny Geodude. And also, apparently, he's gonna do some other stuff later. I guess we'll see. Anyway, thank you for everybody who came out once again. Awesome that we finally hit the 300 follower goal. So I will work on getting that set up, and so we can start doing the Banjo crowd control playthrough. Probably after I finish up Great Ace Attorney. God damn. Sorry. Anyway, thank you for coming out. Goodbye. Get off my ship. Bye, VOD watchers.